realized I never muted myself. I've just been kind of sitting here. Hi! Hello? 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 How? Hello? Hi, how are we? How are we? Is everything good? Hi, Morrison. How are we? How are we doing? Ooh, what are we fishing for? Music turning you out a bit? It does that. Alright, is that better for you? Nice barracuda. Barracuda. Ooh, what's Morrison catching? Let's see. Fishy, fishy. Soggy, I went swimming in a lake. Oh, waterlogged as fuck, boy. Enjoy your traffic cone. You got a new record. This is the biggest traffic cone we've caught so far. Which is a crazy sentence, but it is. We're gonna play some Roblox today, because Mommy wants to play Roblox. Mommy has had a strange couple days. And Mommy wants to play Roblox. I want to play some more Tycoon games. We are definitely gonna play more we're definitely gonna play more emo Tycoon for sure. For sure. However, I kind of want to play a little bit more of that other Tycoon game we were playing last time. Where is it? Ah, Dumb Fashion. I was having a lot of fun with the Dumb Fashion game. So I might get back into that one just for a little bit. I don't know, it's just fun that way. So we're probably gonna play a little bit more of that. For sure. I don't know, I'm just kind of having a day. I should be working on VODs and uploading VODs. But like, I don't wanna. I won't play Roblox. Hi, Kula. I passed out during stream again. Did my cat send any messages? No. You were good. You were good. Everybody behaved. I'm gonna play this for a little bit. We finally playing bingo? Bingo? Where the fuck is my store? Where is my store? Where am I? Is that fucking Homelander? Where is my store? My store went under. No. Okay, never mind. It does save. It does save. Okay. We're good, gang. We're good. It saves. We're good. We're good. God, I got so scared. You didn't pay your bills? I got scared that they were like, you didn't pay your bills, yeah. Sucks to be you. We're fine, we're safe. Alright, hold on. I just realized I don't have my audio on. Because I'm the best streamer in the world. Okay, I'm also going to... I need ambient. Alright, there we go. Apple's desperate. I get a 3-month Apple TV Plus if I sub. I saw that! I saw that they were advertising that on my shit, and I was like, why? I was like, for what? Who the fuck is this? What the fuck? Why don't you? Oh, your head's tiny. Nah, I'd win? I am constantly in surprise of the people I see walking around in these games. Pizza in the oven? Aw, yeah, boy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had to fucking be your mom. Okay. Want that faster worker for sure. Probably that bigger storage too, honestly. Actually, I have a better idea. We're gonna... I got some medieval lo-fi. There we go. Have y'all never been in a place that plays lo-fi? Oh, how do you fall? He came in through the window. He fucked himself. What, y'all over here acting like you've never been in a mall that plays lo-fi before? Let's do some lo-fi pop covers. When do we start the money laundering? Oh, trust me, friend, it comes. It comes soon. Homelander! I could have bought myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, like I can't understand. I don't live in a liminal space. Maybe you should attempt it sometime. It's pretty fun. That's this one. What the fuck? What song is this? Anti-hero. I don't know a song called Anti-hero. Alright, I gotta go downstairs real quick. Make sure everything down here is good. See, fucking selling off the shelves. See, this is what happens when the Mutt Babies fell under. Hi, Rain! What's good? These are snowmen. These are fucking snowmen. I'm terrified. I don't know this song either. I think I know this song? Snowmen need clothes too? I mean, I think that's questionable, but maybe they do. Maybe I'm just stupid. Oh, here we go. This is a good pull. Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. How am I feeling tonight? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling better than I was yesterday, for sure. I had some shit I had to work through, I think. And I don't know if I worked through it, but I'm feeling better. So we're gonna just take it for what it is. Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Are you here with me? Homelander, get the fuck out of my schmall! When you're close to me. This lo-fi? Yeah. It's my lo-fi mall playlist. What, have y'all never been to a mall and heard lo-fi? Alright, fine. Mall music. There you go. Hi, Nico. How are you? Why was the customers just laying place down on the floor? Probably because he fell. They do that sometimes. That's a wizard hat? Where'd you get your wizard hat, son? I like your wizard hat. I like your wizard hat. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, Nico. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. What mall music? There you go. We're in a Sega mall. How does that sound? Are we okay with the Sega mall, chat? Okay, wait, actually this kind of slaps. I need to cook actual food. Gore's making me pizza. Yeah, it's Sega as a mall. Is the music too loud? I'm sorry. I'm fucking bopping to it. It is too loud? Okay. I'm turning it down. I'm just fucking bopping to it. It's a banger. Wait, Ducky changed out of her gay shirt. Is Ducky wearing a Vocaloid cosplay now? Ducky! That is the sluttiest outfit I have ever seen a duck wear. Oh, the music was good. Okay, then I'm cranking it again. Ducky rebranded into some short shorts. I'm terrified. Ducky rebranded. I'm stuck in the past. Me. I need... Alright. God, gang, we're doing so good. I think we're gonna beat this game for sure. I think we're definitely gonna prove our dad wrong. Oh, that's like a Cyclops? Maybe? Snowman. Sorry, I just like looking at everybody who's coming in, because we got like divas. We got a jellyfish. We got a snowman who just fell trying to come in through the window. Hi, Third Wade! We are gonna go back to the band. I just really want to see if we can make this mall sitch work. Because if we can make this mall situation work, maybe Dad will be more chill about the band. You know what I mean? Is that fucking... Are you from fucking Demon Slayer? She sure is. Look at that. There we go. Here's some mall music. Docky! Yes, thank you. I could not remember her name. Alright, there we go. I gotta go refill everything. The song's literally called Mall Music. Oh, were you looking for the last song? Third Word? I watch so much anime. I do. I really like anime. I've been watching anime for a really long time. Oh, mom music. No, no, no. Mall music. What am I currently watching? Currently nothing. I was watching Apothecary Diaries, and I was watching Frieren, and I was watching, what else was I watching? I've been really into fantasy animes lately. So, like, Frieren, Apothecary Diaries, there's another one in there that I was watching that's also fantasy. I just cannot think of it off the top of my head right now for some reason. What the fuck was it? It literally, like, just ended. Like, a month ago. Dungeon Meshi! Thank you! I was watching Dungeon Meshi. Thank you, Gore. But I was watching Demon Slayer as it was airing. So I watched the most recent season. I love Apothecary Diaries to the point that I almost themed my entire new PC build around Momo. I love her so much. Oh, thank you, Third Word. I'm actually drinking a smoothie today, so it's good for me. It's fruits and shit. I miss Ducky's Vocaloid era. Well, she's back in it, babes. Dad will believe in your financial stability enough to let you pursue your passions. Dad kicked me out, so I don't know about all that, but I appreciate your enthusiasm about how Dad feels about me. Mao Mao is an amazing character, and I adore her. And Jinshi is so fucking funny. I love romances where the guy falls harder than the girl. I'm a slut for that kind of shit. Roommate made chicken and potatoes? Oh, fuck yeah. I made potatoes last night just because I really wanted potatoes. I made a whole potato dish for dinner, but I wanted potatoes so bad that I just made more potatoes. But I watch pretty much anything. My favorite anime of all time is One Piece. I have a One Piece tattoo. Actually, I think One Piece is probably my second favorite anime of all time. I think my first favorite anime of all time is Fruit Baskets. I'm actually going to be getting a Fruit Baskets tattoo as my next part of my sleeve. I have a manga tattoo sleeve that I'm starting. I just started it a couple of years ago, so we're not very deep into it. But I'd like to add Fruits Baskets to it next, and then Ancient Magus Bride, because I love Ancient Magus Bride. Sing smooth jazz to the chat, serenade chat. I will in a minute, we're talking about anime. I love rom-coms where the guy falls hard for the girl. Nah, Gore was different. I had to hunt him down with a steak knife to make him love me, so Gore doesn't really work the same. Wealth, fame, power. I don't watch One Piece. I only read it. I know. There's a current anime where the main character is a VTuber. I've heard. I really want to check it out. I just haven't had the time yet. We started watching The Boys, so... I just realized you can see my character's panties over the pants. I don't really know how to fix that. It's kind of cunty, though, so I guess we'll keep it. I want to get a tattoo of angel beats and a cross. That would be pretty sick. I have never finished angel beats. I made it halfway in, and I got really sad, and then I stopped watching it for a little bit, and I just never came back to it. That part's been conveniently left out of the lore drop. Look, I liked Gore for 4 years. Gore liked me enough over those 4 years to let me smooch, but not enough to commit. Gore was religious at the time. I was not religious. Gore did not want to be with a person who was not of his religion. So we agreed to be friends with benefits for like 4 years. And then I had to chase him down with a knife and ask him to date me. Simple as that. No longer allowed in another world. I don't think I've heard of that one. I don't really like isekais much, though. I've never really been much of an isekai person. The isekais be like really, really good for me to get into it. If I ever got a tat, I'd love the Shikigami badge from Bleach. Ooh, that's a good one, too. I have a Naruto tattoo that I want to get to, so that's on my list. This is why we need to steal Gore back. Look, he's here of his own volition. He had a kid with me. It's fine. Do you like how I just take like little trips around the block sometimes just to like be like nosy about other people's businesses? I just like to get a little nosy. That's all. The one where the guy gets isekai'd when he was trying to kill himself and is like, fuck this. That's really funny. They try to double suicide until they're visited by Tycoon. That, I'd be so mad personally, but yeah. Alright, we gotta go up. God, stop falling through my window. Alright, we're almost fully upgraded up here. My smoothie is kind of hurting my stomach because I have not eaten yet today. It's outside of Taco Bell earlier this morning, so there's nothing currently on my stomach. I'm running a mall, and I'm the best store owner in the West. I don't even live in the West. I live in the deep South. Eat? I'm waiting for the pizza to be done, and then I'll eat on stream because I know how much y'all love that. I know how much y'all love hearing mouth noises while I eat live on stream with my mic pulled up way close to my little baby sexy lips. I know it's your favorite, so I try and, like, save it for you. Texas is Texas. Yeah, unfortunately. Don't remind me. You street us so right, Streamer Coon. Streamer Coon is so funny. Also, do I get the male honorific because of the way my voice sounds? Just curious. I love that I can run around up here. Like, I can go look around in people's stores from up here. Like, look at all that stuff you got down there. You got the nice green store down there. Got chandeliers. That's great. Are you a cat woman? You get that one because I don't know the difference. Oh, Kun is male honorific. Chan is female honorific. San is honorific for anybody that you give reverence to, like somebody older than you or upperclassmen or anything like that. Hi, Eva! Yo, what's good? Nothing much, just, you know, running my mall. God, that's a little horrifying. What are you doing in there, Mickey Mouse's fuckhouse? Why you got big old fucking gloves? Jesus. Green can be a very gross or a very fancy color. Incorrect. Green is my favorite color, and it is always good no matter what. You get male honorific because you're gonna peg chat. Okay, that's fair. I'll agree with that. He's a gynecologist in his spare time. Good for him. Have you watched Tower of God? I haven't. I heard some good things about it, and I heard some bad things about it, so I decided just to kind of hold off on that one. It's the Mickey Mouse fuckhouse. Come inside, it's fun inside. Is Tower of God good? I might have to check it out. I need y'all to know, I have a 1-year-old, so I watch things when she allows me to watch things. Hi, Jamal! And isn't, like, climbing on things and trying to be a absolute goddamn menace. Favorite color is green, no green on model. Yeah, I know. There's no green on the new model either. So I'm just filling every background of every full body art I get with green. Oh, by the way, 2.0 is coming along really well. My rigger's on standby waiting for the model to be fully finished. I just got a bunch of stuff, like, over the last couple days. And so I've already started setting up everything in OBS as I get it. So, things are going well. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I've been addicted to Roblox. That's very valid. I don't get to play games unless I'm streaming, so when I want to play games, I have to stream. The first season was Chef's Kiss. Oh, I might have to check it out then. Chicken was cold. Not bad. Just cold. Well, you know. Look at that. My head empty, man. Head empty as fuck. Oh. Scarlet, what happened? Hold on. What the fuck happened to Scarlet? Third word! Stream elements! What is happening? It's a command? What? You can make yourself vanish. Oh, it deletes all your chats too. That's terrifying. Holy shit, y'all scared the fucking bejesus out of me. Thank you for feeding, Grim. Exclamation mark vanish? That's a terrifying command. I did not know that that shit did anything. Holy fuck. Are y'all done scaring mommy for the time being? God damn. Peach thought the bots were rising her. I really did. I was like, ah! Why'd you act like they got Thanos slapped? I was about to go pull up my mod view and like start cussing out the bot makers. I ride or die for y'all. I got so scared. I would recommend Wisteria Wand and Sword. It's a really good anime. Oh, I'll have to look into it. I have Crunchyroll. Is it on Crunchyroll? I've got some browser thing that keeps deleted chat, so I was like, huh? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, how did Third Word know what the fuck was happening? Okay, yeah, cool. Then I'll check it out. Oh, I'm also watching House of the Dragon right now, but that only airs like once a week, so I have to wait. We just got a new episode yesterday? The day before yesterday? It was really good. I've been literally non-stop talking about it ever since. Saribot isn't active. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Time to check in on Saribot. Hold on. At iamadipshit.com. Third Word, you are testing. You are testing, because I don't know how to unblock people, bud. You are testing. You're getting testy, sir. What are the fucking commands? Alright, Saribot's already a mod. And he's already here. He may just not be functioning right now. Let me see. Let me see. It does all of the stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry, gang. I'm doing my best. You like jazz? I do. I do like jazz. Do it live? I am doing it live. I've heard a lot about the elf bride thing. I just have never I've never actually sat down to watch it. Siribot, are you here? He's right there! God damn it. Siribot's right fucking there. Oh my god, that child is screaming. Is she good? Oh, Merlin wants to go with you. Look at that. Chat, tell the bot it's doing a good job. Even though Gore lied. Damn! Gore! Did he just leave you here, buddy? I'm so sorry, little man. I wonder if you call it a good bot if at any point it will pull a knife on you. Like, it just gets real aggressive. Thank you for feeding Graham. Gorgeous brought me my pizza. Yeah, Merlin did want freedom. That's what I said as you were walking out. And now he's just standing, looking at the door, all dejected. Poor dude. I go to 11 tonight at work due to heat. Ugh. Don't worry, buddy. Dad's coming back for you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, little man. I'm so sorry, little man. Dad'll come back for you when the baby stops yelling at him. Hopefully. Alright, we're max leveled. Damn, that was a really pretty dress on that person, and then they vanished. Hope they come back. Triplets! Twins? Have I ever told y'all that my mom's a twin? And that when I was pregnant, we thought I was gonna have twins too, because my mom is a twin, and I was like really big at first. Like, I started showing like kind of early, and then I stopped showing altogether. Whee! I got big ass. I was gonna say hips, but no, just big ass. Hey, buddy. Got a nice little store going. Merlin, go on. Got a nice little store going, so where are you? Have a good day at work, Rain. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you're up here. Oh, yeah, it's this guy. I see. Huh. Y'all like watching me jog? Y'all think my model is a fat ass? Yeah, hype me up. Have a good night, Rain. Have a good day at work. I guess night at work. Chat, I'm eating my pizza. Hype me up. What kind of pizza? It's a Red Baron, brick oven, like 3 cheese kind of thing. Got a little bit of greens on it. It's pretty good. Look! I can't eat high quality fancy pizza every day. Gore had barbecue chicken pizza the other day when we went out on our double date. And I had black truffle pizza with arugula. That's like some high-end shit. I can't have that every day. Nope, you fucker fell. You know what I mean? You can let me have Gore's number? Eh, it's not gonna happen. You're not meant to eat pizza every day, but what if I want to eat pizza every day? Have you considered that? I really like pizza. Kula keeps shooting and Peach is there to block every time. Every time without fail, I'm going to block. I'm giving you blue balls, Kula. I'm cock blocking. I'm sorry, but it has to happen. Alright, we're almost to 35k. Take another bite of my fucking hot ass pizza. Like me. Hot. And ass. Alright. There we go, gang. Look at that beauty. We love the green mall. We have something down here that we can redeem, though, I think. I don't want to look at that. I'm not opening my eyes. I refuse to look at it. Mm-mm. I can't. I can't. Emotionally, I can't. Is that Germa? Why? Who would put that in their store? I almost puked, man. That startled me. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. It scared the fucking bejesus out of me. He really brings the room together. I disagree. I don't think he brings the room together at all. God, can you tell I was playing ZZZ for too long yesterday because I'm now like trying to like hold down the sprint button for ZZZ? Things have suddenly gotten very bad downstairs. Is all I need to say, because I don't want to be down there anymore. Yeah, that was fucking me. This fucking hamster. Oh, sorry, back up. Jesus. Fill the Germa shirt room? No, thank you. Thank you for the offer, but no thanks. It makes me nervous. Thank you. How the fuck do y'all keep falling over? I know we don't mop that often. There's a place that opened by us not very, like, a couple months ago, and we just went in it for the first time before I started stream. And Bunny's trying to figure out how to run, but, like, her little legs move faster than the rest of her body. Oh, damn. And so, like, she can't, like, keep up. We're just gonna strategically not look at that. And so she, like, fell, like, 5 times, and I was like, alright, you gotta hang out with me, because you're gonna bust your ass. Ducky, don't not the Roblox again me. Ma'am, why are you wearing hoochie shorts? What happened? I got jump scared by your hoochie shorts, madam. Is that Justin Bieber? Holy shit, it's Justin Bieber. Ducky improved her design. You are wearing hoochie shorts! Let me go find you in this my mall somewhere. You were shopping earlier in hoochie shorts. You're wearing a tuxedo because you're working for me, and I require the utmost of professionalism. Where is it? Whenever you're walking around in here, though, you can be seen wearing hoochie shorts. When you come in as a customer. Ignore Homelander. I don't understand Homelander. Zoom in on the hoochie shorts? I gotta find her. I gotta find her as a customer. Because she wears nice dress attire. When she works for me. Eva, why don't you wear nice dress attire when you work for me? What's up with that? Homelander's just an average face. An average guy. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and a jellyfish should wear a tux is what I'm trying to say. I don't feel like... I feel like we're not understanding each other. I feel like you can also dress nice. I feel like... I feel like we're just not understanding each other right now. I don't have the shoulders to wear a shirt. Well, I think I would appreciate it if you would at least try. It's kind of unseemly that you're running around here practically butt-ass naked. This is a professional establishment, and I would really appreciate it if you would act professional as well. Simple as that. I mean, I don't think I'm asking for too much. I am desperately trying not to look at Germa. Oh, Ducky, look! Hoochie shorts Ducky. Look at those hoochie shorts. Hoochie shorts on the duck. The duck is wearing hoochie shorts. No, look at that. You see that skin on the sides? Shaking my head. Are you Lynn or are you Rin? I genuinely cannot tell. Oh, cosplay, you stupid slut. Oh, slut shamer. Okay. Why does Lynn have his hips out, sir? Reminded me of when Peach sounded like that one dungeon. Whoa, hey! I fucking love Dungeon Meshi. It's so funny. Whoa, ass! Alright, we gotta hire a new friend. It is such a good show. I'm so excited for it to come back. Oh, look, we have the same shirt almost. I'm just munching on my pizza, just having a grand old time, honestly. Look at my DMs! Oh, God. What? God! Why does he have his hips out? And his titties! Oh my God. I'm gonna need their mom to come get him. For the love of all things holy. If they have a mother, I need her to come do her job. Because that's insanity. Yeah, I guess Lynn is a man whore. I didn't know it. But I guess he is. We can all be a little disappointed in our Lord and Savior today. I can't afford shit. Stop falling on the floor. I'm gonna get hit with a lawsuit. Do I need 9,000 sales? Oh, we're almost there, baby. Rin is the girl, Lynn is the guy. I keep hearing you say Lynn? I'm saying Lynn. Lynn and Rin. Yeah, I know. You think I made the fucking Vocaloid website compendium and I don't know my Vocaloids? Ma'am? Ma'am? You think I went out of my way and spent a whole year making a website that breaks down every single Vocaloid that had ever been created and what year they came out and all of their alternate outfits, including videos of all of the upcoming announced Vocaloids that were on their way out at the time? I had a calendar that tracked their birthdays and would tell you how many days it was until the next Vocaloid birthday? You think I don't know my Vocaloids? I'm insulted. You think the woman who did a fucking high school project on the beauty of Vocaloid and how it works and how it functions and its initial conception doesn't know Vocaloid? I was unwell, by the way. I was like mentally unwell. I would sometimes take things a little farther than they needed to go. And I'm not to this day sure if that is a genetic trait or if I'm just like for real unwell. Fun fact about Ducky, she forgets every single fact about her friends, and it's entertaining to see her rediscover these facts that she's already been told a dozen times. To be fair, I don't think I've told you a dozen times. I think I've mentioned it like once in passing. It's really not something I talk about all that often because it's a little embarrassing to admit that my obsession ran that deep. Oh yeah, we did still have a convo about it. I think I sent you the website before it got taken down. It doesn't exist anymore. They stripped my website from the halls of fame. AKA my mom deleted her Google account. It was twice? Maybe. I don't even remember. This pizza's so good. And we were just raking in the dosh, man. So, a dude up there has 3 sales. And I'm a little concerned about what that means. Like, is he about to come and, like, splash us out of the water? This playlist is literally just ball jazz music. Yeah. You have a problem with that? It's literally called mall music. It has 121 monthly listeners. It's charming, smooth jazz. '80s mall music? Fine, we'll do '80s mall music. Okay. Jesus. I was trying to avoid the copyright strike, but whatever. Oh, yeah. Girl, why are you running so slow? What is happening? Have you been copyright struck on Twitch? No. To be copyright struck on Twitch requires a Twitch mod to actually be in your chat. Or your VODs to have music in it, but my VODs don't ever have copyright music in them, so. Ba-da-ba-da-da. Don't you? They say the internet's forever. Apparently it's not. Apparently it's only as forever as Google lets it get. Falling down. Alright. I need to make, what is that, 13,000 sales? 14,000 sales. That's wild. Work safe retail? Sure. We'll listen to some espresso. How do you feel about espresso? Oh, that's that sweet, I guess so. Baby, I know that's that me espresso. Alright. That milk like Nintendo. Baby, I know that's my me espresso. I'm wearing it late to be inspiration. I'm sorry, starting a song with I can't relate to desperation, and then another song on that album is you complaining that your boyfriend drinks too much and ruins your night out is crazy. Because, baby, dating a man that upsets you so bad you have to write a song about him sounds like desperation to me. I'm just kidding. I don't know these celebrities' relationships. Think about me, I'm right old. I can say it, I guess so. Baby, I know that's that me espresso. Left, right, oh, check it up like Nintendo. Better not sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I've heard people say that their relationship is problematic because they have an age gap. But like, they're both adults, so I really don't see why it matters. But also, like, I don't think they even have that much of an age gap. They're just in humor, make them laugh so often. Honey babe, come and get this pollen. And your ex don't do it for you. Your staying true for you. Why is his ex catching strays? When his ex has a baby with him. That's what gets me. Are we talking about his ex, aka the mother of his son? Or are we just talking about, like, some rando? I said, see it, I guess so. Hold on, I'm looking up their ages. That's the me espresso. Who is fucking, I forgot this woman's name. Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter is 25. Oh my god! Sorry, I just realized she was born the same year I was. Man, I love seeing people my age getting famous. She is 4'11"? Oh my Jesus. Barry Keoghan is 31. Okay, so it's a 6-year age difference. Whatever. Whatever. There's not even that big of an age difference. Why were people bitching on the fucking... It's actually... You know, I was about to ask, why were people bitching on Twitter as if people do anything but bitch on Twitter? So, that's a joke. Apparently this is what malls play currently. I don't know. I'm a mall rat, but like I don't know. I'm curious, is there a way for me to fucking can I setting? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, I just accidentally logged out. Oh no. Oh no! How did I do that? I didn't mean to. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. Good night, Kula. I logged out of Spotify trying to click settings. The me espresso. I was looking to see if there's a way. I can. Okay. Ooh, I can like. There we go. How do I make it sound like? How do I make it sound like it's from a distance? Hold on. Like I want it to sound like we're in a mall. Hold on. Oh, nope, that's not right. That's not right. Out maybe? No. Yeah, that'll do for now. Okay. I'm trying to make it sound like I'm in a mall. So it's like kind of from the distance, you know? Come and get this pollen. I'm doing too much for what is already a throwaway, goofy little stream. Oh god, what the fuck? I didn't mean to click that. I'm being too dramatic again, chat. I'm being too much for the bit again. I guess so. Honey, I know that's that me espresso. Apparently this is what malls play nowadays. This is like a legitimate like mall 2024 playlist. I don't listen to the radio though, so... This is Miley Cyrus. Is she singing this about, Thor's brother who divorced her? Or, like, ruined their engagement or something? I don't know celebrity drama. Chat, do you know? Because I don't know. Alright. Make myself dancing. Hell yeah, you can, girl. Hell yeah, you can. Serve me better than you can. Loki really gets around. Shut up! Shut up! You knew I was talking about the actors. Shut up! God damn it. God damn it. You piece of shit. And if I fought you on a parking lot, I would be in the wrong. Damn it. Gore thinks he's so funny, chat. Come at me. I'm on my way. Let me get my fat pizza loving ass up and I'm on my way. I can love you better than you can. Bungo Stray Dogs? Is that you? It sure is. SpongeBob? Oh god, you're so short. Okay, would y'all believe me if I told you I actually have this shirt? The Geek of the Week SpongeBob nerd shirt from the mid 2000s. Would y'all believe me if I told you that? That that's a shirt I actually owned at one point? Oh, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in myself. This is my chat now? Get him out of here. Somebody ban that man. Oh, okay, actually, the fact that you just said that you would believe that I had that shirt kind of makes me a little sad. I'm not even gonna lie with you. Now that I know that I come off as a fucking nerd, my feelings are a little hurt. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, it's too late. It's too late. You can't backtrack. You can't vanish and backtrack. When we play Mutt Babies, the more you ask, the longer I'm gonna take. How about that? I don't like to be rushed. You know this. Ooh, it's that one song from Barbie. I literally have not asked until now. I don't know. I feel like you've been asking for days. Hey, Peach, can I ask a question? No. No. Thank you, though. Clap, clap. It's a bad day for rain. It's not raining. It's 100 degrees out. What are you talking about, silly? Dance, dance the night away. I just fucked your mom and now she is coming on my face. Actually, I regretted that as soon as I said it. Damn. We're just gonna... Your mall only sells clothes, stinky mall. Well, maybe I'll sell more if you let me actually get further enough, far enough into the game to see. Dance the night away. I just fucked your dad and now he's coming on my face. Dance the night away. I'm just fucking your whole family and letting them come on my face. I heard there's less clothes at Mutt Babies. If you fuck someone's mom and she came on your face, wouldn't you have come on your face? Yeah, I think that is how that works, yeah. Yeah, there's less clothes in the Mutt Babies. Crazy how that works. It's a Rubukagi situation here. Well, I've heard it's good for your skin. And now that I've said that, Twitch can't ban me because this is an educational stream talking about the benefits of semen massages on your face. And its benefits in the routine of skincare. And yeah, it is family fun. Exactly. I'm going to say your own cum on your face. Oh, I don't know. Alright, we're almost there, gang. Dance, I can dance, I can dance! What aspect of semen makes it good for your skin? I don't know, let me ask Dr. Google. I'm just telling you what I heard. I fucking hate this song. Is semen good for your skin? Semen does contain nutrients that are beneficial to your skin, but there's little scientific evidence to support the idea that you should do this because it has such small quantities. Well, never mind. What I heard was incorrect and outdated, I guess. Well, shit. Now I just look like a freak. The Grapevine notoriously gives good information. Yeah, usually it does. Today was kind of a flop, but usually the Grapevine is trustworthy, I feel like. You know, the Grapevine. Yeah, there's definitely still room for, like, legal experimentation, so if that's something you would like to experiment with, please hit up your local science office. I'm sure they have somebody ready and waiting to nut on anyone's face. They grab the loneliest men, and they are ready and willing to nut on any face placed in front of them. I think I'll take my whiskey neat, my coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my whiskey neat. Peach, can we crowdfund to set up the experiment? Sure. Fuck it. Yeah, y'all go buck wild over there. Oh, you wanted to provide the sauce? I'm so sorry. I thought you wanted to be the pasta in the situation. I misunderstood. Didn't mean to read you to filth, but, you know, if the shoe fits, call you Cinderella or whatever the fuck the saying is. I aim low. You think I can get inside these bathrooms? That's gay. Yeah, if you want to be Seamanrella, that's up to you, or whatever the fuck. We all just want to be the spaghetti in the situation. Look, I assumed that we were all like-minded. I assumed incorrectly. No, I like Seamanrella better. Third word wins that one. Sorry, Gore. I want spaghetti right now after that conversation. Brave. I got fucking pizza stuck by my tonsil stone. Why did God give me these balls if I couldn't jiggle them enough to get pizza out from behind them? This is the worst. Why can't I jiggle these balls? I want to get the pizza out. Get out. Okay, I think we're free. Learn how to chew. I have one of my molars has literally disintegrated, bestie. I cannot chew. Eating is a struggle for me daily. The babies stole my teeth when I was pregnant. There's nothing I can do about it, man. You don't have a blender? I'm not blending my pizza! I refuse on a fucking matter of principle. Don't look at my throne! I'm not adding a blender to my throne. I never will, because then y'all are just be like, blend your teeth, old lady bad teeth. Blend your food, old lady rot teeth. Go see a fucking dentist. Yeah, I can't afford a fucking dentist. Why do you think my teeth are rotting out of my face? God damn it. Yeah, what liquid would you even put in that to make it, like, actually, like, blend? Why are my teeth rotting? Because whenever you have a baby, if you don't, take in enough calcium, your baby pulls the calcium from your teeth. Thumbs up. And I already... I mean, currently, I just have really bad teeth. I've had really bad teeth for a long time. Why'd you not spam eat calcium? Oh, because by the time I found out about that, it was too late. She had already been born, and my teeth were already destroyed. I ate a piece of steak, and my tooth shattered, and it has never been the same again. So... I'm a dog, man. Dogs just have notoriously bad teeth as we age. There's nothing we can do about it. But I also have a very long history of really bad mental health and homelessness, and during that period of time I did not take care of my body the way it needed to be taken care of, including brushing my teeth regularly. And so I've got great I'm now suffering the consequences of that. So yeah. Look, in my defense, I didn't think I was gonna live past 21. And when you don't think you're gonna live past 21, you don't take care of yourself very well. No, y'all are more than welcome to tease me about it. It's just a side effect of the fucking apeshit reality that is my life. Love you till the day that I die. Till the day that I die. I feel this way about gore. Sometimes. Milk? Mom. I don't think my teeth can grow back, so... Once homeless, now spending money on Roblox. Hell yeah, baby! Hell yeah, baby! That's how you know I've made it. Honestly. The fact that I'm in a place in my life where I can sit here and be a goofy dog girl with big titties as a full-time job and spend the time that I'm not working raising a being that I created inside of me and watching her grow every single day and learn new things every day. And the fact that I get to spend my nights in bed with the two people in this world that I love the most, or at my desk working on the career that I never even dreamed I'd even be able to have, means I've made it. You know, like, I didn't think I'd live to 21. I thought for sure I would either kill myself or something else would kill me because of how awful I was living before I turned 21. And I am now 25. I've reproduced. I've created a new human being with her own thoughts and opinions and personality. I have fallen in love, and I have, for the first time in my life, been able to breathe. I don't feel threatened I don't feel unsafe. I don't feel like I have to overwork myself just to survive. I don't feel like I have to do risky things with my body just to survive. So I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I'm still not in an ideal situation. I'm still living with family members and relying on them for a lot of things, but I'm in a much better place than I was just a handful of years ago. So I'm honestly, you know, like, we goof, like, oh, look at you, homeless to spending money on Roblox, but like, for real? What a fucking blessing. Sorry, we don't play Taylor Swift in this mall. What's gonna happen when your kid sees all your old clips? Baby, I did porn before this. She's gonna bump into that too. That's just gotta be life. She's either gonna find it funny or she's gonna find it cringy. And honestly, if she finds it cringy, that's fine. I found a lot of shit my parents did cringy. She has my sense of humor, so I'm sure she'll find it funny. Honestly, I'm sure she'll be wilder than I ever was. Well, actually, you know what? Let's pray to God that she's not, because I was kind of wild in my youth. I ran away from home a little too many times, and I don't need her doing that shit to me. I'm sorry, wait. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Raise your hands, and a Russian man made this original song, and now it's getting remixed. Maya. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. David Guetta, you piece of shit! One Republic! Oh, Jesus. Those are both names I was not expecting to hear in 2024. This generic pop playlist is lame. I'm playing what they play in malls right now. It's for the bit. I mean, I don't like it either, but it's for the bit. Corporate plants. Look! There was some Billie Eilish in here. I don't think she's a corporate plant. The rest of these bitches probably, though. Hosier's not a public plant. He's in here. Nothing. God. Is this the fucking weekend? Who is this? Who is Kenya Grace? Okay, I kind of like the I like that shit. So I'll give it a chance just for that. Like this. Yeah, sometimes I hear that boom tick da tick tick da, and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck me raw. Boom tick da tick tick da tick tick da tick da. Yeah, Broken Clock is right 2 times a day. Exactly. Okay, so that's what it is. Her voice deepened. Sounds like The Weeknd. I don't know. Sometimes all you need to fuck raw is a good beat. I mean, yeah, I've had 2 children, so obviously. Obviously, it doesn't take much to get me to fuck raw. Look, if we're looking at history, I don't make good life decisions. Don't fuck raw, chat. Fucking wear a condom. Use birth control. But wear a condom. I'm very lucky I never ended up with studs. I knew people who did, though! The visiting your friend in the hospital because she got an STD thing is not fun. Y'all don't want to be doing that shit. Oh, does CBAT work for y'all? Let's see. Alright, what if I hit y'all with some liminal space music? Space music? Space music? Sorry, those words left my mouth and then they immediately just felt wrong. Alright, fine. We're in a liminal space, listening to liminal space music. Is that better? Don't play liminal space music, I'll come hard! Well, it's too late, it's happening. Time to come, I guess. TV head. In my mall? Better not be buying any hats, you big-headed ass bitch. You know what? I probably shouldn't talk down to my customers like that. It's something I need to work on. I'm going to therapy. Oh, look at that nice little sitting area up here. How nice. How fancy. How nice. How fancy. Wow, look at that. I can just sit here and watch my customers shop. Wow, I really can just... Oh, my tail's kind of peeking through the wall there. It's okay. I really can just sit here and watch my customers shop. You know the TV heads are a Skibidi Toilet thing, right? I don't know a single thing about Skibidi Toilet. Why did I put up a picture of my dad? We hate this bitch. Look at the man we hate. Of 17,000 sales? Alright. We'll be there soon. I don't know a single thing about Skibidi Toilet, nor do I want to, honestly. It stresses me out. The kids are scary nowadays. What happened to the kids just liking Homestuck? Sorry, I said that and I feel like I immediately aged myself. So I'm just gonna take a minute and just shut up and just eat my pizza. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do the kids like Homestuck? They did! I don't think they do anymore. I don't know what good media is anymore. Okay, I say good media. I think Carcat said at least 2 things that he shouldn't have said. At least. Hi, Nick. It's good. Also, that cat that you posted is very cute. $1,000,000! Warp? What is a warp? What is a warp? She's named Nova. Aw, we have a cat named Nova. She's like 1.5. She's very pretty. I love torties, so I have a tortie. Her name is Marcy. It's a warp drive to hyperspace. We can have a mall in hyperspace. Cyberspace, cyberspace. Get a warp mall in cyberspace. Hi, dog ant! Come along, take my hand. Let's go check out the cyberspace mall. I'm like singing the theme song to Dragon Tales, but using the word cyber chase. I'm confusing so many children right now that either have no idea what either of those things are, or do know and don't know why I'm combining the two. Cybersex in the cyberspace while watching Cyber Peach? Hell yeah, baby. 10K away from what? Do I need to start running for my life? Alright, here you go, cybersex. Yeah, I know, you said hyperchase, and that made me think hyperspace, and that made me think cyberchase. I don't know. I wanna fuck on you. All of that in my room. We could read right now. All of the things I do. I wanna get freaky on camera. I love when we get freaky on camera. Anyways. It was not secretly a math show. It just was a math show, but I get the vibe. Ah! Hey, look, it's that guy. Yeah, I don't like him. He stresses me out. I'm eating pizza. I'm gonna touch on you. I also don't like Ariana Grande. I'm sure as a person she's... I don't know, I've heard as a person she's kind of not great either. But... yeah, it's German. Ew. Her voice kind of gets on my nerves. I think she's only made like 2 songs that I like. But also, I grew up in the era where she was like all over the internet because she was in a bunch of shows. And, oh, getting canceled. Hell yeah. I love getting canceled. Oh shit, you scared the fuck out of me. I don't know. I grew up in the era where like everybody knew who she was. And I just heard that she was just mean. Like unnecessarily mean. But I don't know how true that is.
Once upon a time, there was a person who liked to spread controversy
Why is it so
all
loud?
day long. And they just couldn't stop.
I'm gonna get canceled, y'all. This is the end of my streamer career.
They got online.
What are you doing on the computer? You keep making all of these people online mad. All right? And you need to stop doing that.
All right.
What the hell?
I'm here to steal your dad.
What?
Your opinions online have consequences. You are disgusting.
I got a hater who stole my dad? That's fine, fuck that guy. I don't think I have to save dad. Ariana Grande looks like she hasn't aged since 2014. True. I gotta post my opinions. How do I post my opinions? Alright, hold on. I get to destroy my bookshelf. Oh. Oh. What's going on downstairs? Never gonna give you up. This is a casting couch. Will you give me a job? That's not porn. I need 100 haters. I can buy a car. Got $1 million to save my pops. I got a bathroom. Alright. Yeah, that's straight up kidnapping. It really is, yeah. Alright. Time to get canceled. How do I get canceled? No, I don't. How do I type? How do I don't. How do I Sam and Cat are victorious. Yeah, she played the same character in both shows. Do you type? I'm trying. I hate Michael Jackson. How the fuck? How do I... Oh, write controversy. Oh, I have to, like, typewrite a controversy. Oh, I see. I have to go... I'm not going straight for racism. What? I have to be a little typewriter. I see. I see. I see. We gotta do it old-fashioned. Man, you must really hate a bitch to sit here and typewrite out their demise. Is that a fucking Neko Para character right by my bed? Are we pedophiles? Are we pedophiles? Alright. God, Elon Musk is a modern-day genius and visionary. Oh my god, we're pedos. Oh god. Oh god. Oh man, they're so mad. Linux is the superior operating system for tech enthusiasts. Man, I can't believe this game's making me play as a pedophile. That's fucking ridiculous. Artificial intelligence ethics must be carefully considered and prioritized. I love them just saying, like, actual statements. Yeah, they smushed them together into Sam and Cat, and then she bullied the fuck out of her. Video games are an art form that deserve more recognition. Oh, so I'm, like, actually, like, a good person. Oh, yeah, Miyazaki's animated films are a work of art. Actually, I'm not a good person. I have Nekopara in my bedroom. Alright, we got a typewriter. We gotta write more controversies. Yeah, this is just Twitter Simulator. We're just writing controversies. Man, I already got 63 haters? Damn, my haters come in strong and fast, baby. I'm getting canceled, man. Look at that! That's a child! Why do I have a picture of a child next to my bed that I didn't birth? Alright, oh, look at this little plushie. He's a stinker. He'll make them work faster. I have some more opinions. For retro gaming. Gore, I have to get canceled. It's never happened in real life. I've told people they weren't able to cancel me, and they hated it. So I have to attempt it here. Alright, I need 100 haters before I can set up propaganda. Huh. Let's see. Why do we have somebody making mediocre opinions in our room? Well, obviously, we don't make our own opinions. This is Twitter. We don't make our own opinions. We steal opinions from other people. And we turn it into controversy. Simple as that. We don't make our own opinions. We steal from others, and then we post them under our Twitter blue, and then we get paid for it. So chat, share all your bad takes so I can type them out. In Twitter, you see the same 5 engagement bait each week. Yeah, I've gotten to a point where I skip most things on Twitter unless it's art. Or funny memes. If I just see, like, text posts, I'm like, I'm not reading that half the time, because I know it's probably just Twitter nonsense I don't want to be a part of. Or that has nothing to do with me. Other weak opinions? Well, who is it to say that they're weak? Increase worker speed, increase revenue. Hot take, women bad? I have to disagree. I love women. I'm a big proponent of woman loving. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Alright, I see, I see. Well, I suppose we must anger the masses somehow. Hot take, Naruto's mid. Not a hot take, you're correct. As somebody who grew up with Naruto, you are just correct. Being mid doesn't make it bad, but it is mid. Man, I need like an auto tweet setup like this. Gag opinion, Danganronpa is mid. See, I can't agree on that. I think Danganronpa is pretty peak, personally. Hot take, mayonnaise goes on spaghetti. I'm not a mayo fan, but also Eva, what the fuck? I'm trying to think of actual hot takes I have. I have too, honestly. I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Wait,
Hi, Tofi! Hi! What were you guys doing? How was your stream? I see just chatting, but I know that you do art, so I wasn't sure if you were actually doing art or if you were just chatting. Chat! Newbies! Raiders! What are your thoughts on spaghetti? What pasta goes on spaghetti noodles? Is mayonnaise a good thing to put on pasta? I need to know. But also, hi Raiders, my name is Peach. I'm a cyberpunk dog girl VTuber that's in the process of doing a 2.0, so I will be changing my look here soonish. But it's super nice to meet you. I'm a variety streamer. Today we're kind of just taking it easy, playing some Roblox, having a grand old time. Just because I wanted to play some Roblox and I decided I wanted to do it with everyone, so. We're trying to get canceled on Twitter, so I need y'all to give me your most cancelable opinions so that I can copy them and type them in to get me canceled. Bologna is the only correct answer. I'm surprised you could even spell bologna properly. Just mozzarella cheese? That sounds pretty good. Red sauce? Okay. Please don't put mayo on pasta. Hello, sorry I didn't know how to unmute stream. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, this Roblox game is all about getting canceled on Twitter, so I'm gonna need you guys to give me all of your worst takes. Give me every single take that you think would definitely get you canceled. I want to hear it. I need to steal it from you and type it out onto my little computer here. Shoes before socks. That what? How does that even work? Hold on. Wait a second. I said cancelable opinions, not impossible opinions. Hot take, it's okay because she's 1,000 years old. God damn it! The way that would actually start a fight on Twitter. My hot take is that just because you see something happening on the internet doesn't mean that you have to say something about it. MCU post in-game is peak cinema. Oh god, yeah, that's gonna get me canceled for sure. Good pick, but it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts to say it out loud, but it's a good pick. As you see, I've got these people in my room, getting stink bombed by my stinky plushie and writing all my takes. They're pretty weak takes right now, but we're working on it. Hot take, I'm glad the queen is dead. Sturtle Dove? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Hot take, most hot takes are actually cold takes. I agree with that. Twitch streamers are entertainers and deserve respect. Yeah, chat! I'm an entertainer! I deserve respect! And I'm reeking of privilege, apparently, for saying so. Damn. Alright. The Nintendo Switch is the best gaming console of all time. Okay, that's like an actual, that's an actual, very interesting take. Gotta upload my takes. They actually show you the hate comments? They do, but I think they're just copy and pasted hate comments, so I don't think I'm not taking them seriously. Excuse me, I would like to go see other people's houses. How's your house looking? How many people you got up here? Oh damn, they're working. Got them bitches grinding. That's an elevator? Oh, there's decent opinions up here. Your mom. What the fuck is Uganda Knuckles doing up here? What? I'm not fat phobic. Are y'all fucking up here? I'm sorry, did I interrupt? The gender pay gap is bigger! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't realize y'all were fucking. Let me get out of here. Yeah, you were getting a lap dance. Real sorry about that. I'll just leave. I think I just saw prostitution. In action. Peter Griffin! Yeah. Hot take, most VTubers are bad at marketing. Fucking me. You could just say me. You could just say I'm bad at marketing. Do you know the way? Hot take, Mr. Beast isn't fake. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but it is a hot take. It is a hot take. I'll agree with you on that one. Alright. Oh, look at that. I got a nice oceanfront view from my bed. With my cat girl. That's also a child. Alright, hot take, most of you are degens? Yeah, absolutely, correct. Hot take, Deadpool 1 was mid, but was the best Marvel movie of that year. What year did fucking Deadpool 1 come out? I don't even remember. All I remember is that my parents wouldn't let me go see it, even though I was in high school, because it was inappropriate. And so all my friends went to go watch it without me, and so I didn't watch it for like 2 years out of spite, because I was upset that all my friends had agreed to come watch it with me for my birthday. Because it came out on my birthday! Jesus. Jesus. Make an apology video before they break in, oh god.
My fans really mean the world to me.
Hold on, I'm making an apology video. Let me play my ukulele.
The money and the experience is so important to me.
Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. I'm not a groomer, I'm just a loser. Yeah. Alright, we're safe. We're safe, we're safe, we're safe. You like how I filmed my apology video with the people I was apologizing to in the background? Alright, we got our weak opinions. We're doing good. Star Wars prequels are underrated masterpieces. Supposedly. Jesus, I was just trying to go, like, look around. I wanted to go look around the neighborhood. I didn't think I was gonna get jumped. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. I'm going back in her house. What the fuck's going on with the roof? Women have good enough pockets as it is. I want to fight you for saying that. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you giving head again? My bad. What the flip? I'm so sorry. I'll leave. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. God, she's a really good sex worker. I think that's what's happening. I'm not really sure. Hot take, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are good games. Hot take, Gord has no good opinions. Oh, hi. Oh, you haven't unlocked that yet either? Why are you shirtless? What did you just say to me? Who the tuna? What the fuck are you talking about, kid? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Y'all scare me. These kids scare me. Hot take, AI deserves to be taking people's jobs. That would definitely start a fight for sure. What's going on up here? Oh, nothing really. Okay. Hot take, Mom, your ribs are mid at best. Me or your mom? Because fuck you, I make delicious food. We're just gonna go. What? They censored me because I'm right. Roblox works with the CIA. Why does the Cancel Crusader keep commenting on my racism? What is happening in the chat? I do not need cat girls in my house. I already have women to waste my money on in my friends group. I'm so sorry. That is the funniest response to me walking into that man's house. I do not need cat girls in my house. I already have women to waste all my money on. Is so funny. Oh my god. He said, "Get the fuck out of my house." I have women. I, for one, think everybody needs better pockets. Oh, I agree. I also think everybody needs better pockets. Ugandan Knuckles is best Knuckles, true. Minors should be banned from the internet. Okay, I think that's definitely an opinion. Dang, he called you a cat girl. He sure did call me a cat girl. I'm gonna write a fucking hate message to this guy. Hold on. Call me a cat girl. Gaslighting isn't real. Y'all are just making shit up. What are you, my ex-boyfriend? Jesus. I want pockets that go to my knees. It's kind of same, actually. Alright, alright, I got some shit for y'all. Take a look-see at. Give me your opinion. I think women should have all of the pockets taken away, their purse size reduced by 80%. Some women do that to themselves. Y'all think she's still giving head on that toilet? You think she's still giving a lap dance on that toilet? I'm gonna go look. Oh no, the toilet's free. Huh. Nothing suspicious happening in here either. Ah! Fucking jump scare! Y'all need to start making me more money. What the fuck's happening right now? I need more bad opinions. Make me more money. Get into it, yeah. Read the toilet sign? Oh, okay. Let me go back. I think the toilet sign's just telling you that you're not allowed to take a long time on the toilet. Because I read it earlier and that's what it said, so. What the fuck's going on up there? There's one of these outside of every house. Oh no, what are they talking about now? Baby girl, I got you at my house right now, so shush. Yes, daddy. African Kakarot? What is happening in the chat? This is why I don't read the chat. Y'all, these kids get racist. I don't know. I don't understand what's happening. These kids scare me. I don't think I like the kids anymore, gang. I think the kids are Blackarot or we have black Saiyans? I don't know. I guess so. Man, they're real mad at me. Comic books aren't just for kids. They have deep themes. Damn. Board games bring people together and create memorable experiences. We're trying to get canceled, yeah, but some of these kids are taking it too far. They're trying to do it for real. Why are they running around outside of my house? I thought I loved you, Mom. I wish black people existed. Yeah, me too. I wouldn't feel so lonely if there were more of us. Oh, God. You know what? This is cool. This is calm. This is quiet. But I've decided it's not as good as the OG. So we're back in. Mutt babies, assemble. It is. We are so back, Mutt babies. Oh, look, my band's not all ducky anymore. Oh, Mutt babies. Oh yeah, we are so back, Mutt babies. Oh, this is a new photo. Let's go, chat. Alright, our emo band, the Mutt Babies, is so back. I thought you loved me, Mom. Are y'all ready for me to lose my fucking voice again? Because that's like legitimately what happened last time, was I lost my voice. Why I had to take such a long break from this specific game mode is because I kept losing my voice. Alright, we gotta restock the coffees. For the ladies. Alright. Alright, we gotta get more fans, gang. We're so back, and we're just as bad as ever. Cock butter, hell yeah, you like that reference, bitch. Yeah, cock butter. Okay, we're doing good. We're going straight back into cock butter. I don't know what you expected out of me. I was taking a sip of my bevy. 98%, we are not washed. I mean, we could be washed. We're just trying our best not to be washed. You get my point. Like... Alright. We gotta up that merch quality, baby. Real quick, let's go see how some other people's bands are doing. There's some other bands up the street. I'm a little curious about them. Gumball is doing really, really good. She's definitely got some interesting bandmates. Castlevania is the name of her band? Okay. Hey Ninja, you looking around too? That is the most horrifying... I hate that. Princess Peach! What are you doing in the fucking booth? How did Princess Peach get in the booth? She's fucking it up. Is that the Ninja? It could be. Sorry, I was just looking. I'm gonna run across the street real quick and look over here. Does your band not have a name? Oh, you don't even have a skate ramp. Alright, I see how it is. What's going on down here? What we got? Oh, that's me. Me, that's the Mutt Babies. Alright, we went the wrong direction. Hold on. Let's see. Gumball's Garage? Hey, Gumball. The Volters? Alright, sick-ass band name. That's quite nice in here. Yeah, is that Ninja? Why do you have an obsession with games that include forced manual labor? Look. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. There's no forced manual labor here. I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody here gets paid. Everybody here gets paid. Except for Ducky. But everybody else here gets paid. They get paid dollars. Obviously. I promise I pay my fucking employees. I'm real bad at this mini game, but I promise I pay my employees with a nice little grilled cheese. I pay my employees with a nice little grilled cheese. Yeah, pay your employees with some bread and some grilled cheese. They're just ducks fucking anyways. Hey, did you know I could fucking do worse at this than ever before? Man, that concert. I guess that concert did fine. I didn't think it did very good, but Mutt Babies fans are loyal. They're beyond belief. A specific number? No. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. Look, I've got emo SpongeBob on the TV for them. They've got a nice little hamburger and Uno cards place. Like, look, they've got little beds over here. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. They got a coin jar. Like, look at it. Like, look, they could play Guitar Hero. And look at Ed Sheeran. The Soulless Ginger. They're completely fine. There's no problems here. Everything is fine. There is no Warren Bossing say. You catch my drift? Is their workplace made out of a galvanized steel square? Okay, well, to be fair, what all do you expect me to do? I'm doing this all out of my dad's basement. It can't be perfect. I have to remember how all these songs sound. It's been like 3 years since I last played this game and hung out in my van. Got a little too sidetracked with my side hustles. But no, it's fine. Everything's fine. There's no issues here. Everybody's happy. Look at how happy they are. Working non-stop without pay. They love it here. I need more friends in Roblox so I can have more lovely employees who love to work. Look, woo! My skate ramp! No, not slaves. No, lovely employees who love to work. I said what I meant. I absolutely said what I meant. I can promise you my employees are not slaves. I pay them in whatever they ask, which just happens to be grilled cheeses. My employees are not slaves. I promise. Yeah, slaves don't exist. What are you talking about? Oh my god. There are no slaves in Roblox. What do you mean? Silly. Oh, silly Billy. I think you would love to work for me, maybe. Maybe. I think maybe you like it a little bit. You think maybe you like it a little bit? You think maybe you like working for me just a little tiny bit? Yeah, they're not slaves, they're unpaid interns. Your internship is unpaid here because I'm running my band out of my dad's fucking garage. It is my dad's garage. Can't have a problem with the fact that he kicked me out if you want to work for me. God, I forgot how hard it is to sing and actually like hit those like accurately. Yeah, you can't expect to be paid good. I am running this out of my father's garage. You know what I mean? Like, you have to- we are a small business. I don't have a label cause I say cock way too much. I fucking hate this song. I don't have a label cause I say cock too much. I don't have a label cause I say cock too much. I don't have a label cause I don't hate my liberal usage of the word cock. Oh god, this song is so fast. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. Rap and rock is ass. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping Eminem's nuts off. Nothing personal, Eminem. You're just the first name that popped into my head. I need $5 million to get my dad to talk to me. Alright. I fucked my stepmom again just to stick it to the old man who kicked me out. Oh, she'll never tell him about us, 'cause she's afraid of living in the garage like me. Alright, look, the Mutt Babies is a very interesting style of indie rock. We sing about real things that happen to real people in real parts of the world. This is our song called Saving the World from World Hunger. I have so much grilled cheese. My dad left me out here with nothing but grilled cheese. I'm here to save world hunger with grilled cheese. Here to save world hunger with cereal cheese. I cured world hunger with grilled cheese. And a duck. And a duck. There you go. That's our new song called Saving People from World Hunger. With grilled cheese. Actual thing we did. Nobody saw it, but we did do it. Let's see. Look at that, new worker. You are one of my elite employees. All right. Spider. What's that? 75k. What do I need down here? I need 50k. Nice. Oh, a 90-second ad break. All right. Well, then this performance we won't perform. We'll just get real good at the tippy tappies, which turns out to be for the best because I don't remember any of these songs or any of their rhythms. I have to like remember all of these songs and their rhythms. Anyways, it's just one of those days where you don't want to fuck your mom. Everybody sucks, including her suck. You don't really know why, but you want to justify sucking someone's dick off. No human contact, because if you have any, you might just bite dicks. My best guess is you should stay away, motherfucker. It's all about the he said, she said dick bite. Oh, hi, Ducky. Hi, Ducky. I think you better quit biting that shit before they hit you with a fat grip. Oh, XJKI. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit biting them dicks. Or you gonna get it. Burner, 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 burner. Becky, what you up to? I think you better quit biting those dicks. Or you gonna get it. Oh, Dicky got cut. Dicky! Why is my dad black? I don't know, man. He just is. Sorry, I called Ducky Dicky just now. Her new name is Lil Dicky. Alright, how much do I need for the next one? 70? Got it. I think you better quit biting that shit. Or you gonna get it. Uppity Dicky. He'll skin your ass raw. And if you fuck with him, he might suck your fucking cock tonight. Give me something to suck. Give me something to suck. I wanna suck some cock with some cock butter. Give me something to suck. Give me something to suck with the cock butter. Slide across my floor. Slide into my hole with the cock butter. Alright, there we go. Ducky, you have to change your name. It has to be Uppity Dicky now. Give me something to suck. Ducky, how's your band going? You're swinging your little arms, having a good time. Ow! Ba-now, 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 ba-now. Give me something to suck. Think you better quit biting that dick before he hits you with a bigger dick. It's all about that he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit sucking that dick, or you gon' get it. Boom, 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 boom. Ducky's just leaving. Ducky's just letting me start her band for her. It's pure trust. Letting the cock butter girl start your band. It really is nothing but pure trust, but she trusts me enough for that. Y'all see this, chat? She trusts me just enough. The waves keep on crashing on me for some reason. Because they know that I fucked my mom. Ducky, you piece of shit! You trapped me in your garage! Ducky! By leaving the game, I have to commit suicide to get out of your garage, you fucking dickwad. You fucking... I have to kill myself in a stranger's garage. I am never making you songs again. And now I can't move! And now this rat's looking at me! I can't even die properly! Ducky! I'm playing Dress to Impress. Ducky's ruined my emo band experience. We're getting dressed now. Y'all can blame Ducky. Y'all can blame Ducky. We're playing Dress to Impress. Fuck this. We gotta need Dress to Impress codes. Girl, you broke the fuck out of my Roblox. A day in Paris. A day in Paris. Are you a fucking mime? Oh my god, she's a mime. A day in Paris. A day in Paris. Hold on. A day in Paris. God, we're just gonna throw together an outfit. I swear to God, if I win with this fucking fit, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself in the neck. Oh no, those heels are too much. There we go. Slap on the belt, throw it all together. We have 13 seconds. We have 1 second, damn. Alright, we got new dress to impress codes. I bought her VIP and she doesn't have a fucking face. Look. Look. I got dropped in 1 minute till. What was I supposed to do? Fucking cunt! Sorry, she's just serving cunt. Look. Not the cunty Roblox with a handbag. Become a croissant. Dress up as an Olympian. Oh, that was smart. That was smart. I didn't even see that. Yeah, Eva doesn't have to get so fucking political. Yeah, she was spreading cunt too. You said find a face. Look, it's fine. We all picked the same fucking fit. Damn, girls, those nails. You like how I'm not voting for anybody because I'm panicking? I'm trying to like autocorrect my own soul. Jesus. I better come out pussy out. Button mashing to come out pussy first. I think I'm probably gonna break the game actually, but it'll be funny, so. I haven't even finished my fucking pizza. This is wild. We only vote for cunts, yeah. I'm gonna finish my fucking pizza. And they said a day in Paris, and girl said, I'm gonna become a fucking mime. It's taking you an hour and a half to eat that pizza. Oh look, I get sidetracked. Look, I look good. I look good. I look good. Oh, fuck it up, Ducky. Get it, Ducky. Get it, Ducky. What the fuck are you wearing, Ducky? Why are you gyrating, Ducky? Eva, please. I got thirst! I told you I look good. I was roleplaying a seizure. Look, I told you I look good. I told you I look good. That was peak roleplay. Yeah, Ducky, that was real good. Alright, time to strip nude again. Alright, time to do my jump puzzle. Huh. Alright. Fuck it up. Serving cunt. Babe, you need to tell me how to unsmurf my skin? Okay. Yeah. So, there's like a glass tube thing whenever we start the game. Oh, here, I'll take you to it. I'll show you. Real quick. I heard there's a rumor that there are new codes? Maybe? No, I think I did all these. Choopy 10K? I don't know about that. Oh shit, okay. So Ducky, come here. Yeah, this over here, this tube right here. You get inside of it, and then you can change your skin tone. Yeah, cheerleader. Ducky has never played Dress to Impress. No, no, no. I only know this because I watch you. Yeah, it took me a minute to learn too, honestly, though. Alright, if we're going cheerleader... Let's go... We're gonna do hair up, black. We're gonna do bangs. No, not those. We're gonna do bangs, white. No. We're gonna do like orange. There we go. Alright, I'll grab a face this time. The fact that you haven't gone straight for the pom-poms, like I'm not trying to be like everybody else. Alright. Alright, what the fuck does a cheerleader wear? Trying to think. I feel like if Peach plays this any longer, it's gonna get downloaded. It's pretty fun. Yeah, because like, look, everybody's going for the pom-poms. Everybody's being a basic pom-pom ass bitch. Oh, y'all are gonna do the cowboy? Oh, fuck. I don't know what the fuck. They said I'm gonna do the cowboys. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, we're gonna go for tiny skirt. What do I want? Grab chunky necklace. I do not know what the fuck a cheerleader wears now that I'm thinking about it. Get the shirt with the logo on it in the VIP room. We're gonna do like seafoam green. Grab tennis shoes. We're gonna do seafoam green for those two. Socks on. A shirt with a logo on it in here? That's crazy. Oh, are you talking about this one? Mint green! Yeah, I like mint green. I'm sorry, didn't realize it was a fucking crime. Wear a watch. Where did my pom-poms go? Did I accidentally chuck them? I accidentally chucked my pom-poms. White, mint green, hell yeah. I'm like, what? Do you bitches not like mint green? Just be on Tsune Miku again? I could, honestly. I really don't know. Like, I don't know what the fuck. God, I'm really not... I just want to look pretty. I just want to look pretty. They don't really wear loose jewelry because they're running and tumbling. Yeah. Can y'all tell I did not grow up a girly girl? Cause like, they said cheerleader and I said, huh? I got 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm a bra girl. I always have been. That's a cute top too, honestly. I don't think that's for me though. Yeah, I think this will do for now. It's nothing amazing, but I think it'll do. Like, I try my best. Plus, I feel like everybody's gonna go for blue and white because everybody's thinking like cowboys. Cowboys. I'm trying to be a little different. I'm trying to think outside the box. I like Seafoam. Orange and white? Is that Longhorns? I'm fucked. I don't know sports teams! I'm not a sports girl. Ducky said I'm pretty. I go to school. That's it. I love that for you, Ducky. All red? I don't know. I'm feeling uninspired. Everyone rate everyone a 5 so that we will all be tied. No, I won't. I forgot the theme halfway through. My mom went to high school and I blacked out. That's so fair. Yeah, there's a Hatsune Miku fit. How much is VIP? I might have enough Robux left to give it to Ducky. Hold on. It's 800? I might have enough. That's pretty good. Oh, well, I forgot to vote. Ducky, why don't you play this game? It's so much fun. Why is it $30 to change my username on Roblox? The models scare me. Alright. Slay Queen. Slay Queen. That's fucking ridiculous. Second place. I'm slaying. I'm slaying. Ducky got first. Good for her. Hey, Ducky. Hey, Ducky. Hey, Ducky. Hey, Ducky, watch this. Look at me. Ducky, look at me. Ducky, look at me. Ducky, look at me. Ducky, look. Ducky, look. That doesn't obey the laws of physics. It's fine. Oh, I already redeemed that? Alright, well. When are we getting new codes? Oh, what's the theme? Favorite color? Green! Green! Okay, favorite color. On it. Okay. We gotta be obnoxious about it. You know, I've really wanted to wear this, but I've had no idea what to wear it with. Alright. Oh god, the green and mint combo is so rough. Make your skin green? Alright, we're on it. Ooh, do they have a pattern that's in the shade of green that I like? Oh, yes! How more obnoxious can we get? Beautiful. And what we're gonna do on the dress? Actually, no, we'll leave the pink, because I like the pink. Alright, we need good shoes. Green phone, green jewelry, green belt. Yeah. You got it. Alright, hold on. For the dress, let's go green. 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 Oh, yeah. Can I make green? Yes. 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 I need makeup. I need makeup. Oh, wait. Wrong fucking thing. I need makeup. What is the greenest makeup they've got? God, there's like no green makeup looks. Oh, yeah. We're going for fangs. We're going for fangs. We're going green. Hell yeah. Oh, no, that looks actually awful. I hate that. I hate the way it clips. That's just a goof. We're gonna have one bit of non-green jewelry just to accent it. You think my favorite color is red? Oh, girl, you'd be so correct. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take the wings, we're gonna green them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We want to look ethereal. We want to feel ethereal. You understand? You get the vibe. Put on those earrings. And what we're gonna do... Actually, no, let's take those off. Fairy wings might be better. You think so? You know what? I agree. I think you're right. I think the fairy wings are better. God, what else do we need? Green halo. Hell yeah. We hit it with a green bow. How much more green can we get, gang? We hit him with that green phone. Alright, girlie's going goth. I see it. I feel the vibe. This is my Shrek OC. Shut the fuck up! Why would you say that as soon as I start to feel myself? It's given Princess Fiona goes on tour. God damn it! Alright, she went blue. That's a cute outfit, honestly. Honestly, 3 stars. That's a pretty fucking cute outfit, Tegan. What are you saying? Shrek is bad? I mean, no, but what was wrong with her foot? Don't worry about it. All right, gang. Time to be a slut. Look at it from the back. Look at it from the front. Thrust, thrust, thrust. There's a specific thing I can do that makes it look like I'm jerking off, but I have to find which pose it is. Ducky, you look like a Pikachu, like an electric type trainer. Ducky looks like an electric type trainer that has a Pikachu. That's a very Ducky fit. Oh, I love that lavender. All right, that's getting a 4-star. That's very cute. Damn! Get it, mama. Girl's trying to be Tulip from Scarbite. True. All right, we're going Red Queen. Oh, I didn't paint my nails green. I forgot to do that. That's pretty cute. Red is so cute. It's my favorite color. Love that for you. All right, so we're also going like a lavender purple. It's very basic though. Am I the only one that picked green? What if I made a Roblox account? We played this on a Saturday. I would kiss you on the lips. Peach, what's your user and can I add? Yeah, my user is just Cyber Peach. Same as always. Y'all are y'all are so welcome to add me on Roblox. I don't give a shit. I honestly, this is cunt. I'm gonna be so real with you. This is such cunt. Oh, and she's got the floating emote too. Oh, she's got both the floating emotes. God, cunt. Yeah, it's Cyber Peach. It's right there, Cyber Peach girl. It's Cyber Peach girl. That's good. Yeah, if you look right here, it's Cyber Peach girl. Hello, friends. You know, I don't know how I didn't get that, but the black girl served, so I think I went a little too far with it. By making myself green. The black girl served. You weren't in top 3. I know. I fucking god damn it. Ooh. Jump puzzle, jump puzzle, jump, jump, jump. Jump puzzle, jump puzzle. Fuck your cunt. Oh no. Yeah, there are a lot of good fits on that one. Jump puzzle, jump puzzle, jump, jump, jump. Jump puzzle, jump, you cunt. Oh, they already took all the money. Damn. There's no point of the jump puzzle if they've stolen all the money. Get out of me, swamp. I want... There you go. I want my hair to be orange again. Pool party. Okay, okay, pool party. Got it. I can do that. Alright, pool party. Alright, pool party. Mermaid time! I mean, do you show up to a pool party as a full mermaid? Let's see. Do a gentle slayage. Okay, let's do bikini top. We're gonna go bikini top. Mermaid bottoms. No close time. I mean, you definitely could do that. All right. And then what we'll do here is we'll go... No, let's go like gold chain, orange, like a dark gold, or a green. We can do a green because that matches blue. Okay. We'll grab a fan. We'll hold it with this hand. I'll do that. Alright, there we go. But if you made yourself pasty white to simulate too much sunscreen, that'd be kind of cute, honestly. Ooh, okay, let's do black for that, and then orange here. There we go, there we go, there we go. Or should I do seashell ball? I'm gonna do seashell bra, actually. We're gonna do black seashell bra. We'll do some black, some orange. Some orange. Black, okay. And on the headpiece, we'll do black. The green is just a little add, a spark of color. You know what I mean? Oh, and earrings, of course. Can't forget the earrings, gang! Black and orange, of course. This is so goldfish koi maxing. Y'all make me regret everything. You know, sometimes you just want to be a koi fish. And sometimes everybody's got something to say about it. Sometimes you just want to be a koi fish and everyone's got something to say about it. Sunglasses too? Oh, well, I'm a little too late for that. Oh, they're doing a duo. Look at them. Super cute. The ice cream. I love it. I love it. Fuck it up, girls. All right, Tegan, going for the green. Where did you get that tummy band? I want it so bad. It's kind of basic, though, Teagues. Fashion maven my ass. It's the kind of basic. All right, who's next? Oh, it's me. I got a thrust to show off the outfit. You guys aren't ready for all this ass. Alright, anyways. Okay, Ducky. Okay, Ducky. Khaki mom shorts. No shoes. Okay, Ducky. Ducky's pulling mom at the beach, who's like a working mom and is on her phone 24/7 because like she's gotta like, you know, she's gotta keep up with work, you know? That's also a really cute bit. I like that one a lot too. Not as much as I like Ducky's, but I like that one a lot. I'm just koi maxing, you know? I don't understand what I'm looking at here. Also, why is everybody using vitiligo all of a sudden? At the pond, straight up coying it, and by it, let me just say, my fish food. Okay, it's kind of giving Dorothy going to the beach. I feel like she'd be a little uncomfortable in a bikini, but one pieces aren't really an option in this game, so I get it. Oh yeah, dressing on the haters. Get him. All right. Okay. Another cool mom. She stresses me out, however, so. The One Piece is real! The streamer said One Piece! The One Piece is real! Can we get much higher? So high! Oh, 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 oh. First place twice in a row, baby. First place twice in a row. You can't beat me. You can't beat me, baby. Can't be me. I'm sorry. Hold on. Somebody screenshot this cunty fish, please. Or I'll do it. Hold on. Where's my snipping tool? Cunty ass fish. Okay. What the fuck is outside the window? What you mean? What you mean, girl? Which window? Which window are we looking at, babes? Oh, that window over here? Oh yeah. It's Michael Jackson. They live here. It's the fashion goddesses. They live here. Don't worry about them. Yeah, it's Slender Cunt. Sorry, I forgot to warn you about Slender Cunt. I didn't even see what the theme was. I just came from... I just came from? Yeah, it's Slender Cunt. Don't worry about her. She's fine. She's always here. I just came from my job as a waitress. Okay. Okay. I already accepted Morson's friend request. Okay, I just came from my job as a waitress. Those earrings are too gaudy. Oh yeah, you click on me in your game menu, or if you go back out to the main menu, you should be able to click on your friends list and then see that I'm streaming, and you should be able to join me, or see that I'm playing a game, and you should be able to join me from there. Just be naked. I need pants. Hold on. Ooh. I just came from... No. White. Black. Tie. What the fuck is this? Tie, okay. Tie, orange. Just came from my day job as a waitress. It says pending? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that means in this situation. Okay, we're gonna... How do I... Okay, so these are books. Can I pretend that these are menus? If I accepted the friend request, then Morrison can see that. Let's change the colors of the menus. Let's make like professional menus. So let's go for like some like darker shades maybe. There we go. All right, yeah. I wish there was a tray. Yeah, that's why I'm like looking around. I'm like, is there anything that I could use? Put on a watch. I'm gonna go put on a belt. I mean, I could carry an ice cream. Okay, yeah. I'll carry an ice cream alongside my menus. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nope, not that. Okay. We could grab the headband. Make that orange. Yeah. No. I think this will do for now. All right. Hold on. Let me look into why it says pending. Oh, thank you, Yiggy. Where the fuck you just come from? Your husband's funeral? Oh, fuck, it's me. Oh, she just came from the club. I see. Have you updated Roblox recently? I imagine you just reinstalled it, so the answer is probably yes, but I have to ask. Because I'm looking it up and it says that that's probably why. It says pending when Pete says that they've accepted? Oh, weird. Okay, let me get out after this match and I'll go take a look. Her job is a waitress. You'll probably have to tell these kids. Yeah, I probably will. It's okay. I got first and second, so I'm okay. It's okay if I lose this one to these kids that don't understand just coming back from my job as a waitress. I got menus and an ice cream. They better understand. Damn, girl! Where'd you come back from? A quince? Who's quinceañera? I'm Mexican, so my quinceañera! Oh my god. Sorry, that was so funny. I was like, whose quinceañera did you come back from? She said, absolutely, quinceañera. So funny. Miranda, where the fuck you come back from, girl? The depths of the hell. Ducky, did you not notice the slender bitch watching you from the corner there? Okay, Ducky, you stay in the lobby. I'll be right back. You stay in the lobby. I'll be right back. What? Oh, Morrison sent me a friend. Who the fuck is this that sent me a friend request? I don't know who that is. All right, so I'm gonna join Ducky, and then you join me, Morrison. Morrison, I thought that was you that I accepted. It wasn't. I don't know who the fuck that person is that I just accepted their friend's request. You like my drip? I do. I just accepted some rando's friend request. It's fine though. You like my Target drip? But you look like the Target dog? Oh yeah, you sure fucking do. You really do look like you just got back from Target, huh, girl? Alright, what's the theme? I didn't read what the theme was. Oh no. What's the theme? Influencer. Okay, okay. Influencer. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna be Hatsune Miku. She's an influencer, right? Or should I be Iron Mouse again? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, these are just eyelashes. Oh, it just adds eyelashes to a look already? Fascinating. Okay, I didn't realize that. Hatsune Miku. Miku's an influencer, right? I think so. I think she counts. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna be Megan the Stallion cosplaying Hatsune Miku. Megan the Stallion cosplaying cold Hatsune Miku. Alright, let's grab the headphones. We'll go black and blue. Okay. And maybe we'll just add a little blue bow to the back of the fit. Nah. She's too iconic. We can't be changing her too much. Alright, so I'm Megan the Stallion cosplaying Hatsune Miku. Does that read chat? Oh, I need a mic. Obviously, I need a mic. Duh. Alright. Actually. I'm Megan the Stallion because I'm brown. I don't know. Back when Vocaloid used to have those big ass bottoms on their shoes. Man, that felt like a very long time ago, but look! I don't know how else to depict Megan the Stallion. What else should I do? Add fucking head beads? Megan the Stallion cosplays so perfectly. What else can I add? That would make it obviously Megan. I can't think of anything I can add that would make it obviously Megan the Stallion. Megan the Stallion as Hatsune Miku. Tegan, what happened, girlfriend? You're better than this. Get it, Ducky! This is what Ducky looks like IRL. This is what Ducky looks like when she sits down to stream. Brown hair and all. Yep, absolutely. God, the nails on this woman frighten me. Who? Sorry, babes. Roblox censored you. Alright. Alright. Basic, but good. See, I just feel like I'm harsh every time I play this game. I'm like, ugly! Ugly! Yeah, Ducky, do you not see the head? Alright, we're Megan the Stallion as Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku! Megan the Stallion! Hatsune Miku! Megan the Stallion! Are you like a trad wife content creator? Yeah, Ducky, do you not see this right here? She's on the inside too. It's kind of basic. It's kind of whatever. All right. All right, Morrison. I'm lagging so bad. Morrison, what happened? It's me! I win! Hatsune Miku! Hatsune Miku! Hatsune Megan! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, so there's a pose you can do that puts your hand like you're jacking off. Hold on, I gotta find it. I do love pose 17 though. God. Theater. Y'all ready to be a theater kid, baby? Just stay, Hatsune Miku. God, theater. Okay. Alright, we're going bald. Should I do cats? We're gonna go cats. Alright, we're gonna go cats, gang. We're gonna go cats. Alright. We're gonna go orange. Yeah. Burnt orange. Burnt orange. No, not that. Okay, we're going cats. Okay. Fuck! What are they wearing cats? Hold on. Like a picture of the Cats the musical. Cats the musical. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Cats is like short hair. Okay. I see. Barely any bangs, but short hair. Got it. Got it. Oh, they have some like black pieces cutting through. Okay. And like some like red pieces. All right, we're going banger. Okay, we're going Cats the musical. I need a bodysuit. Oh, there's a bodysuit over here. Okay. Grab a bodysuit. There's something wrong with me. Why did I hear theater and go straight for cats? Oh, I have to buy it? Yeah, sure. Okay. Put it on. There we go. Okay. Patterns. I need, like stripey kind of, tiger stripe kind of. Yes. Yes. Okay. Turn off the reflective. Okay. I don't think that worked, but it's fine. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're now gonna come over here. We're gonna put on these leggings. All right. And we're gonna put on the arm sleeves. Just the sleeves. There we go. And then I think they're usually barefoot. Oh no, they wear like ballerina flats. Okay, do we have just flats? Probably not. God, y'all, I feel like I'm going feral. We don't really just have, well, we might, but they might be more like flip-flop flats. Yeah. Yep, nope. We don't like those. Okay. We'll do these instead. Or, actually, you know what? Let's just be barefoot. Alright, so they have little arm sleeve thingies, and sometimes they have little leg warmers, so we're gonna go grab the leg warmers real quick. Jesus Christ. I have ears, but I think they're just bunny ears. Yeah, we'll do those. Those will work for now. This is probably the most feral thing I've ever done. Is there a tail? No. I wish there was. Cats the musical. Ducky, what is this? Yeah, I'm gonna tell these kids. You gotta restart your laptop. Theater tech? Oh, theater tech. Oh, Queen of Hearts. That's pretty good. I like that. See, Ducky's like, theater tech. And I'm like, Cats the musical. Fiona. Okay. Okay, Fiona. I feel like I may have overdone it, is the problem. Hi, Honeydew! Hi! Hi, Raiders! Score, can I get a shout out, please? Hi, Raiders! We're playing Dress to Impress, and I am Cats the Musical. Hell yeah! Thrust at him. Thrust at him. Hi! How was stream? How was League? I've never actually played League. I hope it was good. I hope you had a good time. Also, hi, Raiders! My name's Peach. I am a cyberpunk dog VTuber. I'm a variety streamer, and today we're doing a little bit extra. You like my Cats the musical outfit? Thank you, Gore. It was theater. I needed cats. I feel a little crazy though. I feel like everybody else went for like basic, like Queen of Hearts, Fiona from Shrek, Belle, a theater tech, and I'm like, Cats from Cats the musical. Like, probably talk too much. Oh, bro, same. I don't know how to shut up, so. But as long as you had fun, that's all that matters at the end of the day, I think. Romeo or Juliet? Noor? Is that actually Noor? Did Noor just fucking add me? Oh my god. Her dress is wonky? A little bit. Yeah. Another tech. Okay. See, I don't know what a theater tech is. But also, honey, if you need to go eat, drink, rest, I completely understand. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Nor? Yeah, hold on. Let me see if Nor's online. Hold on. They are online. I don't think they're playing Roblox right now, though. And if they are, ma'am? Oh, really? These kids don't appreciate Cats the Musical. I was 4th. I almost had them. I almost had— Sorry, Ducky. We were fused as one for a second. Oh, you don't want to be fused with me? Hold on. I want to take a photo of my Cats the Musical fit because I'm really proud of it. I worked really hard on this. Hold on. I'm taking a photo of this. I worked really hard on this. Oh my god. Ducky. Why are you stalking me in my photo? Alright, there's one photo without Ducky in it. Love that for me. I didn't even place. Yeah, Ducky's was way better. Look, these bitches don't understand Cats the Musical. I spent actual Robux on this bodysuit so I could do this. Do you know how crazy that is? That is completely okay. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming by. And I hope work tomorrow is good for you. But thank you so much. Yeah, that may have been Nor. Preppy? Preppy. Alright. Yeah, I do have it forever. Alright, well, if we're gonna do preppy, first things first, we gotta get rid of that makeup. Alright, let's do prep. Do baby-faced prep. That's a good one. Okay. Hair. I have a preference for my hair. I really do. It's this one. And then I really like adding these bangs to it. Not those, these. Alright. Alright, we're going prep. Preppy, preppy, preppy. I'm thinking pink? Maybe? Alright. Thinking pink. Thinking light blues. The whole building didn't load it? Oh my fucking god. What is that shirt up there? What is that? I can't reach it. Ooh, okay, okay. It's cute. It's like a business thing, though. Heart bag for sure. Ooh, yes. And then we'll do light pink. Yes, queen. Okay. And on the bag, we'll do white ruffles and a darker pink bow. Yes. Okay, okay, okay. I don't really know if this is prep, but you know, I've never had a chance to use the Uggs in this game either. Cell phone. Hot pink. Hot pink. Cell phone. Absolutely. I'm glad we're all going for pink. White shades. What shade of white is that? Oops. Pink and white. Oh yeah, that's like bright white. It's just kind of hard to tell sometimes. All right. Slap a belt on. Yeah. Add a bow. Make that light pink though. Add some fluff to the shoes. Absolutely. Cute earrings. Super cute neck piece. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Chat, I think I'm cooking. I don't like the backpack. All right, chat. I fear that I have slayed here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, chat. I fear that I have slayed, chat. Slay! Oh, chat, I fear that I have slayed. I fear that I have ate. I fear that the competition stands no chance. Truly. What could they do? They can't compete to the diva like this. They can't compete with a bad bitch. Oh, chat, what are they to do? Oh, the way I pity my rivals, chat. I'm too good at this game. I've gotten too good. I slay too hard. My cunt is so fat it drowns. Hell, I could even triple layer it. I'm not going to, though. It's super cute that way. Oh, chat, I fear there is nothing these hoes can do. Chat, I fear I've eaten them up. Oh, chat. I fear that I have devoured them, chat. What can they do about it? All right. The fuck is this? The fuck is this, Ducky? Ducky, what? Why are you a watermelon, Ducky? I'm learning something about Ducky here, and I'm not sure if I like it. Oh, the plaid is good. The plaid is very good. The plaid is good. The plaid is very good. Do like the plaid. Can't lie. Anyways. The rest of you bitches can't compete. I look too good, y'all. Front, back, side to side. Oh god, the nails, they scare me. You're getting a 1 star just because the nails spook me. Also, you look Republican. That's not... Yeah, you know what? I said what I said. I was about to retract that statement, but I'm not going to. You look like a Southern Republican, and I'm scared. Alright. I need more Sephora. I don't think... What does preppy mean nowadays? Hold on. Hold on, I'm googling preppy fashion. 1 second, chat. Preppy fashion. Oh. I may have eaten, but I did not hit what preppy fashion is. Uh-oh. Preppy fashion is a lot of plaid. I may have jumped the gun on this one, chat. Chat, I may have jumped the gun on this one. I thought I knew what that meant. I thought pink. That was not correct. What the fuck is Dear Hannah? Do I sound old? I'm a preppy Sephora kid. Yeah, this isn't what prep is, apparently. Gen Z changed what preppy meant? Did they? This is Gyru. Sorry, the hair is giving Gyru. Gyaru? Gyaru? That's some bullshit. Preppy means like rich, cool, nerdy. Yeah. Alright. Alright, we made it. Good night, Ducky. It's about to be my bedtime too. I think I'm gonna do one more match and then I'm going to bed. I think one more match is all I've got in me. I love you, Ducky. Good night. Celebrity lookalike. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I'm being Hatsune Miku again. I'm doing low effort Hatsune Miku. I'm not even adding anything. I'm not gonna change a single color. I'm not gonna change a single thing. I'm just gonna do low effort Hatsune Miku. Actually, I lied. I will change one color. There we go. Alright, low effort Hatsune Miku. Alright. Alright. Chat, how's it going on your end? How's the fishing? You know what? I wanna fish a little bit too, I think. Fishing away. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's happening? Let's see. What's happening on Twitter? I found a PC, like to buy. What do you mean? What do we mean? Ooh, Walmart started selling the Sonic 3 figures early. Ooh, Walmart's in trouble. Ooh. Ooh. But what do you mean you found a PC? I'm curious. I'm so sleepy, man. Chat, do you ever just get sleepy? Does it ever make you just want to, like, twerk? You ever get so sleepy that you just want to, like, twerk? You just don't know what else to do, so you just start twerking. Never? Really? You've never had that? It's just me? Shit, man. Shit, man. Shit, man. It's just me. Guess it's just me then. Fuck, man. Turns out I'm the weirdo. I want pastries. Does anybody else want pastries? If I'm sleepy, I sleep. Oh, damn. I could kill for a Cinnaholic right now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like today's stream has been so nice and relaxing. Love that for us, gang. We're so good. Man, I have to finish thumbnails. I can't even go to bed. Or I could finish my thumbnails tomorrow. Maybe. I gotta upload VODs to YouTube. So, expect more VODs on YouTube tomorrow. It's gonna be so much fun. And for those of y'all who are watching this on YouTube, like, in way later down the line, you're watching it. See how many calories were in one? I don't even think I know. I don't even look. I've just let it go. Like, if I'm gonna be fat, I'm gonna be fat, you know? Like, whatever, man. Can't stress forever. Sorry, I just had to make sure, like, I wasn't the only one still playing this fucking game. Beautiful. I want to wear the wings. I've decided. No, I don't. Oh, I got 5 seconds. Can I hit that gold? Oh, $20! Okay. I feel like I didn't even really play this round. I just became knockoff Hatsune Miku. Oh, somebody else also didn't play this round, so... I don't even know if we have a Cinnaholic over here. We probably do, but I'm like trying to think. Mine is closed down. Not enough people going to eat, I guess. You know who I am. I'm your favorite Hatsune Miku. Look, Post 28 is so good. It's a classic. We have a Cinnaholic at the mall, do we? I mean, I'm sure we do. I don't know why I'm doubting you, but... That's a lot of glitter. I don't know who this is supposed to be. Ashley? Simpson? Tisdale? Taylor Swift lookalike? Oh, okay. It's right through the. It's right next to the bookstore. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're so right. It is. We've never actually gotten anything from them. We should do that next time we go to the mall. I need you and Peach to race through the screen, take my money, and buy me a Cinnaholic. How about I buy myself a Cinnaholic tomorrow, and I post photos of it, and you cry. How about that? I don't know who any of these bitches are. Celebrity lookalikes. Who are these celebrities? What did you just post on Twitter? I don't think I posted anything on Twitter. I don't know. These are supposed to be celebrity lookalikes, and I have no idea who these bitches are. I feel like the game just suddenly got, like, worse. Do you schedule tweets? No. Oh, you talking about what I quote retweeted? I like men that look like my husband. I don't know what to tell you. I imagine you're Taylor Swift, considering that's what your name is. And you're getting a 1-star for that. Get creative. Oh, I know who you are. You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer. What's her name? Jennifer's body. You're really fighting that censor. Ray? I don't know who you are. Never mind. I regret that. Not Hatsune Miku! Yeah, see, the quality here has been going down rapidly. What's I got chats? Man, Morrison Doobie dripped the fuck out! Oh my god, it's so funny. I love that my friends list is whoever this is. Morrison. A fucking jellyfish. Ducky. And Kula. Can I do it for you? Can I do it for you? Hurt me. Hurt me. Hurt me. Bad deals? Stomp down players to whoop them. Pull hair. Carry people. Fists tools. What? Tags, Florida, bad girls, South Hood! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? What is happening? ITGIRL. Oh, this is another fashion game, but it's Bratz based? Hold on. It's a Bratz based fashion game. Whoa. Are you ex-military? Nah. I am not. Bum bum. That's pretty cute. Fascinating. I feel like this is just a knockoff of Dress to Impress, or maybe made by the same people, but just with not as much, like, love put into it. I can do a push-up, but I can do one. I can do, like, one push-up. Girl, what happened to you? Oh, that's a cute. Why are they stepping so high? Real question. Why are they stepping so high? Why are they high steppers? Big step up? How many of these people are there? How popular is this game? Or did I just cut them at the beginning of their voting? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so fucking many. There's so many. Noodles. Are we done? Chief Keef. Chief Keef plays this game? Love that for him. Oh, we high stepping. Yeah, look at that. Free butterfly aura if it girl reaches 10,000 likes. Oh, you can like green screen yourself. Oh, God, that screen is so bright. Fuck, dude. Oh, no. Faster speed? What the fuck? Oh, skin tone. Okay. What? RuPaul's? Why is there a pussy portal in the ceiling? What's happening? What? Vote fantasy. Oh, they let you vote for the theme. That's kind of nice. Kind of sick. All right. Okay. Okay, how does this one work? Oh, thank you for the pet. How are you, Nico? Ooh, okay. Okay, so we're doing fantasy for sure. Okay, green. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there's textures in this too. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Okay. Oh, take those off. Okay, I see. Make these white, okay. And then, we're gonna make these the same color as this. Very nice. Brown belt, not cutting it for me. Okay. I don't know how to like. Okay, so you come in here. What are you doing here? Oh, they coffin nails. Okay. You can get a dog, I guess. The fuck do you need a dog for, gang? Oh, a sword? A gun? Code only item. Okay. Antlers for sure. Oh. Oh my god, I could be a fucking furry. Great for me. Okay. Turns out, fantasy, great for me. Okay, okay, so this is where I get my face, I guess. Let's go with that. We'll do, yeah. And then we'll do our hair. Oh shit, okay. So you have to like take off the old one? Okay. I see. Okay. This one's got a lot more options. Which I will admit I do like. I do like the additional options here. Okay. I need a top, however. Okay. We are learning layers, kids. All right. All right. Gang, are we cute enough or Gang, do you think this is cute enough? Oh, I can't get in there. Oh, there's like a little spider headdress and it's all in there. Oh, there's so much in there. That's okay. I think we're good with what we got. All right. Damn! Never mind. We weren't good with what we got. There's elf ears somewhere and I missed them completely. I saw that there was an ear section. I completely missed them. God damn. I thought we were good. We're not as good as I thought we were. All right, we got like silver mist. I see. Silver mist is fine. Basic, but fine. I did get 8. I got 8 up. I got 8 up in the fashion department so quick. Is there a pose 28? I can't pose yet. Sweet little deer. Don't hurt me. I'm so baby. Okay. Sailor Moon? Bitch, you're not even blonde. What? 1 star. You're not even blonde. You didn't get the hair color right. Alright, well that's the end. That's the end of my drink. Yeah, this option does have good fits. Hey! Showing my ass. Yeah, this option does have really good fits. I love... It's got good poses, too. Like, the sitting pose? Hold on, where is it? The sitting pose is so good. Look at that! That's so cute! Give myself fucking rug burn. Oh, that's my posture pose! Hell yeah. What was that, pose 5? Yeah. Maybe we could try this one more time? Yeah, we could do that. Rawr! Yeah, this one's good. I like that they let you vote. Ooh, circus. I like circus. Okay. Yay! Circus! Clown time! Okay. We want almond. Go with deep red. Okay. Okay, so first things first. I need to learn where all the rooms are. We gotta go... Oh, I got stuck. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go clown, but we're gonna go cute clown. Or Yeah, we'll do full clown. Okay. And then... we'll do smiling clown. Oh, wait. Ears. Human ears, elf ears, no ears. Okay, we'll do human ears. Not that you can see them, but... Alright, time to get dressed. We'll start with the bottoms, we'll work our way up. Let's see. We need... goofy ass sleeves, for sure. We're going Ronald McDonald, I think is what we're gonna do. We are gonna do fun, slutty Ronald McDonald. Or... yes! Okay. Wait. No. Funny shirt, but no. We're going Ice Spice is what it looks like we're doing. Think you the shit, bitch. You're not even the thought. Alright, we need big old clunky shoes. We'll use last color. Okay. Alright, we want red and white. Yeah. And then what do we want pants-wise? Ice Spice is a clown! Yes, queen! Okay, Ronald McDonald, definitely. We're serving that Ronald McDonald realness. Okay. Alright, let's see. You can't even see the bow. Oh, Snack! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We are definitely serving Ronald McDonald realness. But at what cost? You know what I mean? Oh god. Okay, I see no cost. Thank you, and I hope you're doing great too. I am. We're trying out something new. Alright, gang. This clown's got a gun, baby. And you wanna know what we're about to do about it? Oh. Well, it's too late. I ran out of time. And I also just gave myself a fucking gun! So... not me holding the gun like that! It's a water gun. I promise, gang, it's a water gun. It's not an actual gun. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a water gun. It's a water gun. It's a water gun. I'm not trying to brandish it at you, I promise. I was just trying to give some Ronald McDonald realness. Or maybe I am threatening you with it, because I expect you to put me at #1. So... yeah, they do need a 28 pose. They don't have a 28 pose. Really, my biggest complaint is there's no 28 pose. There's no pose 28. I feel like Homegirl was the only one feeling the vibe. Oh, polka dots! I didn't even think about polka dots. I did all solids. I could have done polka dots. I see somebody just joined. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba. I'm also gonna feed Grim while I'm here. There you go, buddy. Da, da. I'm not threatening you. However, I do expect first place. I'm the only one here who's put any fucking pussy into anything I've done. Everybody else here is kind of just fucking off. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking ridiculous. All these high steppers, and for what? Flesh, bone, and organs? Playing a fashion game? We love the goth girlies. Hey! I was the only one who won. I really am just fucking brandishing a weapon. God. I'm just brandishing a weapon. God damn, that's kind of intimidating. Alright, I just want to try that out. It's definitely fun. Well, we'll give it an upvote. It's nice. It is a Dress to Impress knockoff, however. So this was made by It Girl magazine. Who made Dress to Impress? The Dress to Impress group. Developer, Dress to Impress group. What other games have the Dress to Impress group made? Store. Oh. This is not a group. Or this is not the people itself. This is developer. Huh. Dress to Impress is on beta. Affiliates. What is this? It was a cafe game? Smoothie and acai bowl reference bunch. It's an eatery? They just have 2 eateries. Okay. Yeah, you're the only one on the podium and you still didn't get first place. Yeah. Yeah, so they only made Dress to Impress. They have not made anything else. Versus this other game made by It Girl magazine. And they've only made It Girl. Fascinating. I didn't know. Don't poop yourself at school. Yeah, well. Make plushies. Prove mom wrong. Womp womp. It's really funny. I feel a little cheated. But, you know, it's not the worst. Oh, chibi doll outfits. Escape the Freaky Diddy Party Mansion. Yeah, no thanks. Family House Tycoon? Huh. And I feel cheated that I didn't get first place, even though I was the only one there. 1 fat for every second. Okay. Crazy Cards, Farm Life, Hospital Tycoon, Capybara Cleaning Cartoon. Tycoon. Okay, that's definitely something. Make ramen and prove dad wrong. I love all these prove dad wrong games. Like, what's going on with dad? Why does Dad, like, want the worst for us? You know what I mean? Like, why does Dad not just love us the way we deserve to be loved? Why, Father? Why? They have daddy issues, they really do. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. Sorry stream was so, like, just random today, and, like, it wasn't even scheduled. I just decided I wanted to stream. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back. Oh, sorry, Jay! I gotta go to bed. Bunny has a doctor's appointment in the morning, and it's, like, a 45-minute drive, and it's first thing in the morning, so we have to wake up early, so I have to go to bed. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back Thursday. And I don't know what we're doing Thursday. I haven't decided yet. I'll have decided by tomorrow night. So, thank you guys for coming. I love you. I love. And I'll see you guys next time, okay? I hope I don't crash next time. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But bye, everyone. Bye.